Well, welcome to Bowl TV, courtesy of Linda Himes, starting off the broadcast. With the impressive split conversion there. This is round number 3 of women's competition at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships, taking place at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., receiving additional help throughout the week, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Brad Houghton on site as well, making some cool things happen on social media. We had 6 games earlier today on Bowl TV as the men concluded their third round. Now it's time for our female competitors to get their 6 games in on today's 45-foot condition, 26.5 mils using the Kegel Ice Oil. On the men's side, we saw some high scores. Led by Nick Pate, a former Team USA member, as well as a collegiate standout at Midland University. Kicked off the day by shooting .805 for running into some trouble in games 4 and 5, but finished with .278 to retake the daily lead. 1474 Nick's total to .245 average. Have a new overall leader, though, on the men's side through 3 days. John Janowitz, USBC Hall of Famer, an 8-time Team USA member looking to regain his spot wearing the red, white, and blue. We'll get you that information more in just a little bit. Let's meet our competitors as we settle into this 6-game block. We'll also discuss tournament format, look at how Team USA and Junior Team USA is put together, and much, much more as these competitors start to get comfortable. Once again, 45 feet the length here in round 3. Over on lanes 43 and 44, let's welcome Jenna Hedgepath, Nicolette Mendez. We'll have Linda Himes stepping up next on 44. Have a nice conversion to kick off her first frame. Brianna McLeod and Faith Welch will be our 5 competitors. On 45 and 46, Haley Connolly, Caitlin Dickerson, Cassidy Curry, Kaylee Chanel, and Amber McLeod. We'll be looking to start a strong day here in round 3. Once again, Team USA Trials, a 5-day competition made up with a new 6-game block every day on a different lane pattern. The format is designed to challenge players to showcase their versatility as well as their ability to get near the top of the standings. The scoring system this week, the 6-game blocks work as you would imagine. Players with the total pinfall end up at the top of the standings. But looking in the overall tournament rankings, it's all determined by your place in the standings each day. So we mentioned Nick Pate led the men's squad earlier today, so he received 1 ranking point. Looking at some other spots, Darren Tang, for instance, finished 7th, so he received 7 ranking points. Mark Gonzalez was 13th, so he got 13 ranking points, and essentially those totals become cumulative for the 5 total rounds. So you want to have the lowest score possible at the end of the week. So consistency, finding a way near the top, the name of the game. Big conclusion at team trials will be on Monday after our 5th and final qualifying rounds for both the men and the women at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 local time here in Las Vegas. We will have the stepladder finals of the U.S. Amateur Championships. And immediately following that, we will announce Team USA and Junior Team USA for 2019. Of course, we could not put on a great event like this without some great support as well. Of course, Gold Coast, our host this week. Mike Kaufman, his crew, always top-notch. We're using all 70 lanes here. Across the board, we're conveniently right in the middle, 43 through 46. The tournament staff on site this week: Greg Moore, James O'Connor, Kathy Prang, Chip and Robin Akey. The Team USA and High Performance Division: Stephen Padilla and Katie Ford. I mentioned our crew to kick off the show. Of course, some support from our industry sponsors as well. Brunswick is taking care of the scoring this week. Rick Cruz and Rick Barbera on site. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider. Herman Glenn is oiling the lanes before every squad. And finally, Logo Infusion, the official jersey provider for Team USA and Junior Team USA. So with all that good information in front of you, we'll let you settle in. Hopefully enjoy your Saturday. So far we hear, if you're an Indianapolis Colts fan, it's been a good day. But sit back, relax, and enjoy. As more than 150 competitors look to earn a spot to represent their country on the lanes. with the pattern playing 45 feet. Practice here, and in the early going, we're seeing the players keep very tight lines to the pocket. Some players going a little bit more direct, others creating a little bit of angle through the front, but not much. Playing by the rule of 31. You'd want your ball typically to be coming off the pattern around the 14 board. However, lane condition, topography, type of oil, volume of oil, all comes into those decisions as a player exhibits their ball reaction, kind of sees what they're working with. Caitlin Dickerson. There was a great shot there. She's got to create a few more revolutions than some of the other players on the pair, so you see her creating a little bit more shape through the front. Quite a few ties to the Sam Houston State Bearcats on 45 and 46. We mentioned Caitlin. I believe she previously went to Prairie View A&M as a transfer now for Brad Hagan's talented team. Amber, we graduated last year. Haley Conley also on 45 and 46, putting on the blue and orange for the Bearcats. Tyler in the chat points out Cassidy, also part of the collegiate bowling scene at Mount Mercy. Take that 9-pin. Faith Welch getting the hit into 7th. Miguel in the chat asks, is there a junior Team USA? Yes, there is. Spots on Junior Team USA also up for grabs this week. So both the adult and the junior teams will have their rosters filled out by the end of competition on Monday. Thanks for helping out in the chat, Bob. I was wondering the same thing. Another question in the chat, is Jordan Richard bowling? Yes, she is in the field. She's a few pairs down to our left. She is the 2018 U.S. Amateur Champion. She will not be able to defend that title in 2019, though, since she now is a professional. Can still earn a spot on Team USA, however. Another good question in the chat. For the PBA members who chose to bowl the PBA stop in Arlington, Texas, would they have a way to make Team USA? And yes, they do. There is a National Selection Committee which gets to choose up to 5 players based on resume alone. So the criteria to be able to submit a resume, not just anyone can do it. You have to be on, or have had to have been on, Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years. On the men's side, the top 25 in earnings during the 2018 PBA Tour season. And on the women's side, top 25 points during the 2018 PWBA Tour season. Selena, question in the chat, why are scores shown for round 2, or why aren't scores shown for round 2 like round 1? If you're looking at the overall, essentially where players are in the standings are, or basically was how many points they got. If you want to see how people did daily, look at the daily standings from the page. The overall standings, however, we discussed it a little bit earlier in the chat. Players receive ranking points based off of their finish each day, so total pinfall really doesn't play into the grand scheme of things here. It's all about where you place in the standings each and every day, so you want to consistently be near the top of the standings. If you finish in first place, you receive 1 point. If you finish, say, 4th, 4 points. If you finish 15th, 15 points. And you want that total to be as low as possible by the time we get to the end of the 5th round. So that's why scores are shown a little bit different. We're looking at the overall from 1 to 2. Really was no need, I guess, because where you placed in the standings was where you were in the standings for at least one day. Bruce in the chat, what surface bowling balls are being used on this pattern? I have no idea, Bruce. I feel there are probably quite a few thousand Aberlon pads being used prior to the start of competition, though, if I had to make a rough guess. One of the unique aspects of Team USA trials is that players do have the ability to alter their surface after each game if they choose to do so, which is a little bit different than what most folks are hearing at league and such. So I'd imagine with a longer pattern, might be seeing some fresh surfaces these first few games. 10th frame has started with strikes over on 43 and 44 as Brianna McLeod makes it 3 in a row. She can get to 201 with one more. Jenna Hedgepath, double of her own in the 10th frame, gives her 4 in a row. She can max out at 199. Alan in the chat asks, if we choose to, will we be able to bowl on these patterns in our home centers? Well, Alan, the lane graphs and information are available to your center by visiting bowl.com/Team USA Trials. I believe it depends on how nicely you ask them. Some centers are willing and able to put out some tougher shots. And if requested, so consult your local center or centers, depending on your area, and see if they are able to help you out. Jenna finishes with 198, 200 on the nose for Brianna. Kicking off the 10th frame on 45 and 46. Great shot from Kaylee Chanel. Her older sister Ashley was the U15 Junior Gold Champion in 2014. Great shot there from Nikki. She finishes at 207. Faith gets to 185. Linda can get to 163 with a few strikes on the 10th frame. Folks asking about lane assignments and where you can find scores and how people are doing. Just have to scroll a little bit down in your browser. In the description area below the video, my main man, Emil Williams Jr., has added like 84 links, and all of them will help you out. You can follow your favorite players on live scoring. And if there are particular players you're hoping to see, you can check the lane assignments for round number 3. And you'll want to see if they hit 43, 44, 45, or 46. .169 finish for Haley Connolly. Kaylee Chanel gets to 157. Amber having some fun back there with the crowd. Gets the first strike in the 10th. 205 max for her. Linda gets to 153. Emil Williams Jr., everybody.
Hello.
Oh. I don't know if that's going to... Is that going to have enough lane to stand up? Oh, my goodness. Tough break there for Caitlin. With the 7:10.
Thanks, Artemis513 in the chat.
It was nicely done. I do agree.
I messed it up this morning. I started with, some of the previous day's results and was going to change it as soon as game 1 was over, and then realized I never changed it until the last game.
Oh.
So, thankfully, you were obviously giving updates each game. Of course, some folks never make it down to the event description anyway, so they...
That is true.
I didn't see it.
Cassidy Curry is going to finish up game number 1 for us on 45 and 46. Good shot there, looking to capitalize on the strike in the 9th, and makes a good shot. 9-pin left standing. Looks like we're almost ready to start game 2 on 43 and 44. We have our competitors to the lane. Ron, I'm not sure about Julia if she's planning to go join the PWBA, but I would highly enjoy it if she did. Very talented young lady. Miguel, if you're asking about 2022 in Copperfield Bowl, that's not where the Open Championships is going to be held. It's going to be held in a custom venue within the city limits. A construction team will come in, install X amount of lanes, at least 48, potentially way more. Vendor space, office space, squad room, pro shops, and much more. That's really all I can tell you about it, because that's all I know. It will essentially look like other Open Championships venues when they travel to places outside of Reno and Las Vegas. Cassidy finishes up with 173. And then at the conclusion of the event in Houston, the construction team will come down and take all the lanes out. And the venue will be open for other events after that, so fortunately that's all I have for right now. A few people saying hello in the chat. Hello! Thanks for joining us here. Round 3 of women's competition at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials. Look at Madison in the chat showing off. telling us about her best friend bowling right now. Thanks for tuning in, Madison. Let's take a look at our lineup here on 43 and 44 for Game 2. Sarah Willie, a member of Team USA in 2018, looking to make the team again in 2019. Collegiate National Champion at McKendree University, as is Ashley Dunn. Ashley, former member of Junior Team USA, both on 43 and 44. Madison Bailey getting ready to step up on lane 44. She was the 2014 Under-12 Junior Gold Champion. We also have Elizabeth Ross. Going to be stepping up momentarily as well. 2:33 in the opening game for her. Finally, Madison's best friend, Amelia. See, Madison can tell me if I'm going to pronounce her last name wrong, which is always good because I tend to do that. We'll go with Kiefer. Kiefer? Madison, help me out.
I'm going with Kiefer.
Kiefer? And over on 45 and 46, we have Casey Eaton, Laura Kurt, Alexis Nair, and Josie Barnes. Alexis, a member of Junior Team USA in 2018. Josie Barnes, longtime Team USA and Junior Team USA member. Oh yeah, she's a PWBA Tour champion as well.
Just noticed Amelia's jersey. Looked to be similar to the Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys, that is. Of course, they play this evening. Hello, all. Appreciate it. Name. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be there at some point in regards to 2022 OC, but hard to predict what's going to happen in 3 years. But if I was a betting man in a betting town, as Aaron would say, I'd probably be there in some capacity.
So we settle into game 2. A little bit further ahead in game 2 on 53 and 54. Laura Branch, junior Team USA member in 2018. Started off with 7 consecutive strikes. Seventh pin was halfway down for Josie Barnes, but pin setter was able to capture it prior to it tipping over. There's someone in the chat asking about seeing Shannon on 47 and 48, and at the moment there is no one named Shannon on 47-48, so I'm afraid we cannot help you. And we like to help people. We have some Jordan Richard fans in this, I was going to say stands, I'm sure we do, but in the chat room as well. She's at 212 opening game and started off game 2 with 7 consecutive strikes. I have to admit, I would not be surprised if Jordan had a big day today. Could definitely see this pattern playing to her strengths, especially after what we saw kind of develop on the guys' side. She should be able to get further left than everyone, and I think she might have a game or two before folks would actually catch up to her and really start to affect her across the house, essentially. So we will see. We're keeping an eye on this through live scoring. You can find the link to live scoring in the description below the video here on YouTube. I believe Laura Kurt has been bowling this event since she's been essentially able to, age-wise. And her game continues to get more impressive each and every year. She has put in the work. Laura thrown it well, very well. That's what we like to see. Josie making it look almost elementary here. 6-7 taking care of business. So Devin in the chat, you're watching it right now. It's all encompassing. The adult team, the junior team, all happening at once. Well, looks like Jordan's run ended at 7, so it seems to be our number, which generally is a good number to hit in Vegas.
Good shot there from Casey Eden. Getting things figured out. Same thing can be said for Alexis Nyer. 3-bagger. Barnes, 6 out of 7. How about it? 7 of 8. Tough break there for Amelia. 7-9. That's got a chance. Laura Kurt. Jersey reads class of 2021. That would mean she is a sophomore in high school.
Justine Brookover up to 8 in a row on 19 and 20. Shot there from Alexis. Sorry. Getting a different bowling ball. Maybe she'll get something else to try. Look on the field. High flush for Barnes. Making that 180 start look pretty minimal right now. And we're seeing a bit of a jump in scores here in game 2 compared to game number 1. Scores just came in. They should be updating very, very shortly on bowl.com. Jasmine Mason, 247, leading the way. Julia Heron at 246. Brianna Clemmer and Hannah Trisky, 245 each. Mabel Cummins, 234. Jackie Evans and Elizabeth Ross, 233. McKenna Collier, 232. Kelly Abrahamson and Caroline Thieser. He shot 227 to round out the top 10 players after one. The highest professional after game one was Stephanie Johnson at 225. But we see some pros putting up some pretty nice numbers here in game number two. And the overall standings, once again, they will be changing quite a bit over the course of today. But at the moment, new leader alert, Sierra Kanemoto has jumped into the top spot. She was second in the standings after the second round. Moving up into first, 38 total ranking points. Brianna Clemmer sits in second with 50. Mabel Cummings, 54. Sydney Brummett, 56. Erin McCarthy with 60 points, rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Also in the top 10, Kelly Kulik, Julia Bond, Shannon Pluhowski, Missy Parkin, and Jordan Richard. Bit of a tough start for our tournament leader through 2 rounds, Taylor Baltice. She dropped all the way to 14th place after game 1, now with 91 points, but once again, plenty of opportunities to move up the leaderboard. In the upcoming 5 games.
Barnes, 263.
Nice shot there from Amelia. Set up her 9th frame. Well, thank you, Steve. Happy New Year to you as well. Hall of Famer alert in the chat.
I didn't know you, Steve.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
You know it's going to be a good broadcast when we get a Trading Places reference on the first 2 games.
It's one of the finer pieces of cinema.
Madison Bailey putting the finishing touches on a nice game here. Going to be clean. Get to 220. Sarah Willie. Great shot there. Can get back to the right side of even here with one more strike.
Aaron mentioned earlier, former U12 champion Madison Bailey, and I kept saying to myself, you know that feeling where you know that individual or someone you're watching, but you just can't quite figure out where you've seen them or what you know them from?
Madison finishes up with 210. Sarah, one more to go for 235. Elizabeth Ross working on a spare max score 193. Amelia can get to 160. Ashley Dunn, max score 197. Justine update 263. Thank you for the kind words there, Fran. We certainly appreciate it. We hope everything is well.
Another Hall of Famer alert there.
For sure. Certainly do appreciate all the hellos, kind comments in the chat. Merry New Year to you as well. Some of you are going to do it again after that, but
a little under the weather.
But I appreciate you you fighting through the pain for the first one.
Yeah, I had to make sure I could get it out.
But we certainly enjoy all of you joining us here on Bull TV. 4 more games to go today, 2 more rounds before we conclude qualifying and can start to prepare for the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals taking place Monday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 local time here in Las Vegas. Which will be followed immediately. Just minutes. Seconds. Maybe not seconds, but. Which will be followed by the introduction of Team USA and Junior Team USA 2019. My goodness, Emil, if they play Bruce Springsteen again, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh. Those of you who don't know what Aaron's referring to is a good opportunity for a backstory as Ashley Dunn finishes with 176. We're off to game number 3. But last year's Team USA selection announcement portion, once all of the team members have been introduced, announced, I don't remember if it was junior team or maybe it was the entire collection of both teams, but Born in the USA by Bruce Springsteen began to blare over the public address system. Which
that's appropriate. I mean,
absolutely.
The theme of the song, yes.
Yeah, especially for the moment, of course, right? So no quarrels there, obviously. However, and obviously Aaron is very patriotic of Team USA and Junior Team USA. He does not, I repeat, does not like Bruce Springsteen. So you got to separate the two. So it wasn't the actual song. It was, however, indeed the artist of said song that drove that young man crazy for I don't know, probably a couple minutes with the song played. It wasn't very long, but it was long enough for me to
It
laugh.
felt like a live 20-minute edition as it was happening. But yes, my favorite part about that was coming back. We each had different roles at that point, so Emil was still manning the booth here, moving the cameras around, making sure all you good folks could watch it on Bowl TV, and I had stepped off cameras to kind of help facilitate some of the stuff we were going to work on in the future in getting some bios ready for Junior Team USA and Team USA. So I was off screen. I couldn't see Emil. With the way the Orleans is set up, they have pillars kind of blocking every few sets of lanes. So I couldn't see the live stream booth. And so when we got to reconnect after that, all that was said and done, Emil happened to mention to me that he mentioned something about it on the live stream. So I had to go back and watch it afterwards.
The greatest part of that was, and this is just built on years of friendship at this point. At the moment the song came on, I started searching for you. Because I knew that, again, not the song. It was very appropriate for the moment. It always will be. The artist was not to your liking. Anyone else probably could sing that song except the original artist of the song.
Correct.
Good story.
That's a good question in the chat there. Because we were once in your same spot. And Daria Pajak just sounded so right. However, Emil, you're the PWBA guy. I'll let you do it.
Daria Pyle. You know, friend, that's certainly could be done, but I think everyone knows what Aaron's dislikes are. And so, you know, people even tell other people when he's out and about, hey, you should play some Springsteen because Aaron doesn't like it, and they do it. And everyone else finds it funny, obviously, except
my favorite moment with that was, we are really getting off key here with this.
we are.
Much like a Bruce Springsteen song. Oh, there's Shannon O'Keefe.
Well, I just made somebody's day.
It is a some bonus coverage as we wait for our competitors for Game 3. But yes, my good friend and colleague Matt Cannizzaro elected to tell Nick Hoagland, good friend of ours, prior to the start of the Hoosier Classic one year, which Nick runs in Indianapolis, that, hey, Aaron doesn't play or doesn't like Springsteen. You should play some Springsteen. So it's one of those things where when we get there to set, we're usually hour and a half, 2 hours before bowling starts to get the live stream set up. As many of you who have been to tournaments over the years know that the lane man, usually the first person there, and Nick was. A lot of lanes there in Indianapolis, so he's going through it, and that is the first frame over there on 47-48. Shannon with the spare. And so, like, Nick has on some type of, classic rock station, so you hear something that sounds like Springsteen. You're like, okay, well, that's in play. That's just one of the things with classic rock stations. You're going to get a Springsteen song here and there. That's perfectly fine. And then another one played right after that. I'm like, this is weird. And then I see Hoagland. He's pushing his cart of materials for his lane machine, and he's walking over by me. he's got this grin on his face, and he's like, "Hey, how you like the playlist?" And I'm like, "Oh no, who told you?" He's like, "I'll never tell." He later told me it was Matt. And then there were like 3 more right after that while we were doing the setup. I persevered though through it to bring the Hoosier Classic to Gold TV.
We made it.
So joining Shannon over on 47 to 48. This is Stephanie Zavala. Mentioned Sam Houston State a little bit earlier. Stephanie, a collegiate standout for the Bearcats, as well as a former junior and Team USA member. Second look at Shannon. As you can see, wearing the wrist brace today. We did not see her wearing it yesterday. She came to our featured pairs in, I want to say, game number 3. Trying to find some ways to help her bowling ball get through the front part of the lane. There's Emma Dockery starting off game 3 with a nice shot. Sneak peek is it's going to be over after Stephanie's shot here. We're going to move back to our featured pairs.
Those who wanted to watch Shannon, we didn't leave you without a Shannon.
That's a good point. Very good point. Shannon Pluhowski making her way to 45 and 46 to be joined by Alexis Morgan, Carlene Bayer, and Jessica Wolf. '43 and 44, we have Lanisha Porter, Jillian Martin, Melanie Catton, Brittany Brown, and Crystal Elliott. Pluhowski had quite a day yesterday, helping her spot in the overall standings after kind of what she said wasn't a great opening day. Shot 14.06. Have a nice bounce back move back into the top 10 in the overall standings. after that great conversation about my best friend Bruce Springsteen. I have to give a quick shout out to my buddy John Zucklin, who's checking in via the mobile device, sharing some information. His daughter Carly, I'm going to assume also watching. Talented young bowler in her own right. Hopefully we get to see her out here in the upcoming years. Carly, just tell your dad it's Vegas. It's going to be fun. Sorry about that, everybody. Scoreboard's coming back. That was my bad on that one. I forgot to press the button after we returned to the feature pair.
Yes, you forgot to, heed the advice of young Sue Young from Rush Hour. You did not push the button.
Great moments in movie history continue. Here on Bowl TV, round 3 of women's qualifying at the 2019 Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. We are at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr. Big shout out to Matt Cannizzaro, Brant Houghton, and Jason Thomas as well on site, helping us out. Social media, stories on Bull.com, and more.
Jillian Martin and Brittany Brown start the third frame with strikes.
I want to say we had Jillian on day 1, I believe. Another young player. Very solid physical game. There we go. That's the word I wanted to say. As Crystal Elliott decimates the rack there.
And here's a good talking point.
Ooh, all right.
And it's very open, obviously, so anyone in the chat, and we've got some really notable individuals and those, and along with our outstanding viewers. But we often get asked about, well, not maybe we, but I see the question in multiple chats, no matter what event we're doing. Specifically with women, young ladies, and the two-handed style. And the question generally is, hey, why don't we see more two-handers in one? But we do see a lot of high rev young ladies and women nowadays, especially in the youth, like Jillian Martin, for example. I know when I was young watching bowling, most of us, try to emulate what we saw on television. And I'm curious as to if the young ladies are still, kind of in that same bar. Are they emulating what they see from some of their favorite professionals? Obviously not both men and women, and specifically for the youth, the women. Players like a Daria, for example. But I'm curious about that. I don't necessarily have the answer by any means, but it's just it's a talking point because I'm very impressed with some of the rev rates that we've seen, not only this week, but at Junior Gold, for example, too.
That is a fantastic question, Emil, and to be honest, I have no idea how to answer it. That's how good of a question it was.
Yeah, it was more of a kind of a chat discussion type.
I feel you. I'm going to say first and foremost, I'm sure a lot of it has to do with the improvement of coaching and coaching facilities across the country. I think just technology in general, being able to easily and quicker understand why someone is able to create so much effortless power. We have Jenna Williams, one pair to our left as well, and she's another young lady, I believe folks in the chat were saying 14 or 15 years old, who is just mean to the bowling ball at the bottom of the swing, but it looks so effortless, and she can really create a ton of power. And I think for a long time, you think about kind of how players, and I think that, just not on the women's side too, for the young men as well, that for the longest time it was tough to emulate what other people could do just because we couldn't see it in the right scope. And I think technology allows, you to slow down, look at things, understand how to properly use your body instead of try and force your body to do something. Understanding the importance of creating a great leverage spot, being able to get your hand in the right spot at the bottom of the swing. As more folks can kind of see that, understand that, and as the game has evolved that way too. It's just leading to the learning process and the repeatability process to be that much quicker. But that's my 2 cents. So.
That's a pretty solid responses also in the chat from Empower and Brett Heim.
4 in a row for Brittany Brown. Another young player. I believe she made the bracket at the Queens or I guess now last year, 2018 in Reno. Oh, great pickup there. Nicely done.
I have missed every single important conversion on the featured pairs today.
It's a nice 4-9 cover by Carlene. Oh. Chance for another few conversion opportunities here. Jillian can make a run here at the 2-4-10. She'll just take the 2.
I saw that one, though.
Great one. To be fair, if the sportsbook had that one up for to bet on upstairs, that would you'd have to spend a lot to make anything on that one, because that was money in the bank right there coming from Shannon.
Carlene right back on it. There's been a lot of good positive attitudes this week. We've seen it from many of the younger players. It's something you may anticipate from an older player, professional, someone with a lot of experience, understands the ups and downs, some of the things we talked about earlier days this week on Bowl TV. 9-pin there for Jillian. Very obviously a good opportunity for the youth to learn and continue to learn how to stay positive. Both good and bad. The old even keel is kind of how I roll. Oh. I feel you, Lanisha. Yes. Team no A-pin. And like a fist pump on the single pin. I like that from Jillian. Run up the 4-7-10 there from Jessica Wolf. Her lone opens have been splits. right, Brittany Brown stepping up on a 4-bagger. Great squad over at Robert Morris, Illinois. We had a good Chicago conversation yesterday. Oh! She'll take it.
Quick update on standings through 2 games. Should be available any moment on bull.com/Team USA Trials. Erin McCarthy leading the way after 2 games, 221 and 268. She's at 489. Jordan Richard, 275 in game 2. Now at 487. Justine Brookover, 263 in the second game. Now at 464. Caroline Thieser, 462. Amanda Morgan, 461. Liz Culkin and Kelly Kulick, both at 459. Laura Branch and Julia Heron at 454. And Brianna Clemmer, 451, rounds out the top 10 through 2 games in the overall standings. New leader. Once again, we'll see this fluctuate quite a bit. Kelly Kulick. Now at the top of the standings at the moment, 36 ranking points. Erin McCarthy second, Jordan Richard third, Taylor Boltice fourth, Brianna Clemmer fifth. Kelly's at 36 points, Erin 45, Jordan 48, Taylor 52, and Brianna 57. To just exhibit how much it can fluctuate from game to game, Sierra Kanimoto, who was the leader after 1, had some struggles in game 2. Dropped all the way to 17th place overall. Now at 83 ranking points. Good question in the chat about the ranking points. How do they work? It's actually fairly simple. Team trials consists of 5 days across 5 different oil patterns. And every day, players bowl 6 games, just like they are today for the 3rd round. And obviously, you want to accumulate as many pins as you can in those 6 games to sit as high in the standings as you can. You want to be first at the end of every day, which is just like any other event. But the way points are calculated is that a player receives a point for their place in the standing for each day. So, as we mentioned for the current standings, Erin McCarthy is sitting in first place. If she happens to finish the day in first place, she will receive 1 ranking point. We mentioned Jordan Richard in second. If she holds on to second, she would receive 2 ranking points. Let's see, let's randomly look at it. Isabella Pohl is in 14th place at the moment. She would receive 14 points if that was her finishing position at the end of the day. And then you want to add up your total from each day to get your composite total. And you want to keep that number as low as possible. That means you're not only consistent from condition to condition, but also near the top of the standings at each event. So total pinfall important every day, but not necessarily important to the grand scheme of things, if you will. So in the past, team trials worked a little bit differently. It used to be 5 days, 9 games a day, with total pinfall determining Emil's looking at me. I said something funny.
Is it 9 games?
9 games a day. 5 days. But it was 9 games a day. Once again, across 5 different patterns, but it was a total pinfall event. So essentially that gave players the opportunity to rack up pins, if you will. Especially, if you know you're going to have a good day on the long, let's say today's the longest pattern of the 5 the players will face this week, and your player's going to be strong on the longer patterns, and you're going to get your pins there, and then you might be able to weather a tough day on a shorter pattern, for example. But this format, which is a little bit newer, past 5 or 6 years or so, give or take. Coaches and the National Selection Committee kind of talked and looked at it, and they were looking for consistency across the board. So that's where we are. That's where we are. It's 2019. We can make up words.
Making the run here, just kind of grinding it out. Seen her do this a lot on tour.
Shannon's still looking for it on the left side here. Gonna get to 191, but gonna give a few more pins back on the wrong side of plus. Shamplohowski finishes with 190. Jessica Wolf, 177. Alexis Morgan working on a spare can get to 188. Carlene looking to take care of the 258. Let's look at the 226.
That's all you can do, Chris. Just laugh, smile, make the spare.
Brittany Brown sets up the foundation frame with a strike and get to 257. Let's swing her all the way back to plus.
Wow.
Have to agree with that assessment there, Commander. Shamplohowski definitely knows what she wants to do out there and does not waste any time up on the approach. She's one of the players who's always up and ready to go. Every player has their own pre-shot routine and method to their madness, if you will. Some players a little bit more deliberate and methodical. Other players are ready as soon as the arrow is pointing at their name. Another question in the chat: are bowlers allowed to listen to music? Generally, no at USBC tournaments. Specifically on the national level. Might be a little bit different. At leagues across the country, but there's a pretty strict policy at most of the events we cover here, whether it be on Bowl TV or Events like the USBC Open Championships or USBC Women's Championships. Jillian Martin finishes with 179. We have names for game number 4 on 45 and 46 as we conclude the 10th on 43 and 44. Marissa Carey's going to step up first. Good shot there and rings the 10. Going to be joined by Leah Glazer, Tara Quinlan, Madison Keller, and past Team Trials champion Brenda Padilla. Brittany Brown, there we go. I wanted to talk. I apparently was not ready at the time. Nice game, Brittany Brown, 237. Krista Elliott gets a 9-pin to agree and fall out. She can get to 194 with 2 more. Melanie finishes up with 189. Lanisha can get to 168 with all 3 in the 10th. Question in the chat about the minimum age for trials, and I believe it is 13. That is in accordance with the World Bowling rules. 164 finish for Lanisha, and all done on 43 and 44. Chris Elliott got all three in the 10th for 194. Looks like it'll be a pretty quick transition into game number 4. Once again, a big thanks to everyone for joining us here at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and US Amateur, taking place at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. Also behind the scenes this week, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Brad Houghton. 3 more games to go here before our block concludes. Be a recap on Bowl.com later tonight. Of course, keep an eye on social media. The Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. For more great stuff, and of course, bowl.com/Team USA Trials, your place to go for scores and more. Go settle into game number 4, though. On 43 and 44, we'll be joined by Montana Meyer, Justine Brookover, Jordan Shipp, and Paige Peters. All right, everybody, we have a look at standings here through game number 3, round 3. Women's competition at the 2019 Team USA Trials. Erin McCarthy, a past Team Trials champion, currently leading is 712 for her 3-game total. McKenna Collier, 701. Jordan Richard, 700. In third place, Julia Huron, 681. Jackie Evans, 671. Kelly Kulick, 670. Jasmine Mason, 667. Stephanie Johnson, 666. Brianna Clemmer and Caroline Thieser, tied for 9th and 10th place with 665. That is your top 10 in the overall standings. Kelly Kulick and Taylor Bultice now sharing the lead, both with 36 points. Erin McCarthy, 45 points. That is the total amount she can finish with for today. That's as low as it gets. So she's trying to hang on to 45 by the end of the day. Jordan Richard in 4th place with 49 points. Sydney Brummett, 52 points. Brianna Clemmer, 56. Brianna Cote, 66. Sierra Kanimoto, 70 points. Taylor Davis, 71. And Liz Culkin, 72. Rounding out the top 10. Taking a look at the full field here on the women's side. 49 of the 152 players are plus at the moment. So what that means is a lot of opportunities for players to get lined up here in the back half of this block. Put themselves in much better position looking ahead to the final 2 days of competition. On 41 and 42, we have Taylor Davis, who's going to be in the 270s. Make it 277. Taylor Davis, she was plus a 45 heading into game number 4. Now going to be plus 122 just like that. This game there, Taylor. Taylor, a sophomore at Arkansas State, originally from Davison, Michigan. Have another Red Wolf competing on our featured pairs at the moment, Leah Glazer. We also can't forget Montana Meyer, part of Justin Kostick's crew in the 2018 and 2019 season. Overall, I can count at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Red Wolves competing this week. Can't forget about former Red Wolves as well, another NCAA program. It's always well represented in the field and usually near the top of the standings. One of the great resources for us during these telecasts, especially with our college-age players, is collegiate rep. Wow. Words are just tough to say today. It's like adulting except with the words. We'll call it wording. But the collegiate websites on the NCAA side usually provide quite a bit of information. Neil and I were just taking a look at the Arkansas State roster, one we've become quite familiar with over the years through events like the Prairie View A&M Classic. And definitely a young team for Justin Kostick. A lot of good players, as we mentioned, 7 of them in the field this week, so there's some new names, some transfers in there, but it's always tough to lose a player of the caliber of Jordan Richard, and of course her sister Haley. J.D. Scott Jones, part of that team as well. That was a tough team last year, but Coach Justin, well done. Got yourself a squad there. Tasting the chat. Can't forget Sam Houston State, I agree. Madison, part of that team. Some other collegiate competitors on the pair. Justine Brookover, part of the Lincoln Memorial University contingent. Marissa Carey competes for Indiana Tech. So it looks like Tara Quinlan with some collegiate experience, both McKendree and Judson University. Montana, nice 234. Some struggles for Justine, 144. Jordan can get to 169. Paige, working on 3 in a row, can get to 195. After a few opens in the early going. Leah Glazer finishes with 192. Tara's going to have a nice game here, can get to 215. Marissa's 1 strike away from 216. Brenda Mack scored 204. Looking to stay plus. A few strikes in the 10th frame. Madison having some struggles here in game number 4. Looking to find some momentum and get to 166. Double in the 10th for Paige Peters. She'll stay even with one more through 4. All right, folks, Game 4 in the books. Game 5 coming up next here on Bowl TV. 2 games left to go today before we let the cameras take a break and rest up. The women's third round of coverage will continue, however. We've already made it further than yesterday before the internet gave us some trouble, so we're already winning here in 2019. Once again, a big thanks to Victor here with Boyd Gaming from the IT realm, really taking care of us after some of our issues yesterday. So we're back on the air. Definitely appreciate the hard effort and the work from their team. Game 5 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Don't go anywhere. Competitors are making their way across the house. They'll be here in just a moment. We'll be ready to go with 2 to go in the women's third round at the 2019 Team USA Trials. All right, everybody. Game 5 underway. Round 3. Women's qualifying. 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships taking place at Gold Coast Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Joining us on 43 and 44, we have Allison Stump taking care of the 5-pin there on lane 43. Caitlin Johnson, our day 1 leader, also a member of Junior Team USA in 2018, stepping up on lane 44. Just have a nice day, plus 78. Caitlin Orasek will be stepping up briefly on lane 43. Going to be joined by Avery Brown and Carolyn Thieser. On 45 and 46. We have Lexi Kyle and Jessica Hallis up and ready to go. Going to be joined by Allie Leyendecker, Junior Team USA member in 2018 and the 2017 Under-20 Junior Gold Champion. Adele Wanner, who's already earned a spot on Junior Team USA in 2019 based off of her performance last summer at the Junior Gold Championships. And Deanna Carrillo. On the Junior Team USA side, we've mentioned it a few times throughout the course of the day and the week so far, but for anyone new to the broadcast, just a friendly reminder of how folks kind of make the team, if you will. We'll start with the juniors since we're talking about juniors here. The top 4 youth players in the standings at the end of 5 days will earn automatic spots. On Junior Team USA for 2019. That's on both the boys and the girls' side. The National Selection Committee will also select 2 players based on performances either this week or at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships. And a total of 6 players already have earned their spot in 2019 based off of performances at the 2018 Junior Gold. So Adele, one of those 6 players on the women's side, who's earned the spot on Junior Team USA. Josie Barnes up to 8 consecutive strikes to start game number 5. We also have some new standings, so we'll take a look at those briefly. And the overall standings for the day, we do have a new leader, Brianna Clemmer, 9-23, just 1 pin ahead of Taylor Davis at 9-22. We mentioned Taylor had 277 in game 4. Oh. Now Taylor having herself a day. Started off with 149. Came back with 217. Now it's gone 279, 277 her last 2 games. So Taylor, way to fight through it. Kelly Kulik sits in third, 907. Aaron McCarthy, 896. Jackie Evans, 895. Brianna Cote, 892. Jordan Richard, also at 892. Liz Culkin at 890. Julia Heron at 885, and Patricia Rosales, 883. The overall standings, Kelly Kulik regains the lead with 33 points. Taylor Boltice, 35 points. Brianna Clemmer, 48. Aaron McCarthy also at 48 points. Sierra Kanimoto, 51. Sydney Brummett and Jordan Richard at 52. Taylor Davis at 57, Brianna Cote at 60, and Caitlin Johnson, currently on our featured pair, at 62. Great shot there by Allie, 4 in a row. Having a nice day at plus 47. Talked a little bit about her yesterday. Was committed to Louisiana Tech University. Adele makes it 4 in a row of her own. A collegiate national champion at Vanderbilt last year. Fantastic shot there from Avery. Talking about a few of her teammates last game at Arkansas State, one of the 7 Red Wolves competing this week. Or I should say current Red Wolves. Avery, a freshman this year, originally from Columbus, Ohio. Heard some excitement a little bit to the pair to our left on 41-42, Taylor Boltice. Has been near the top of the standings all week so far, making it 3 in a row to set up her 10th frame. Great shot there from Caitlin. Taylor can get to 2 of 57. Right after that shot, came over and talked to her former collegiate teammate at Weber International, Caitlin Johnson. Taylor was a senior during Caitlin's freshman year. They made it to the finals of the ITC that year, but fell to McHenry in the title match. Talking about how they were seeing the lanes. Taylor at plus 79 today. Caitlin plus 78. Brianna Clemmer, our leader, after 4 games, finished up a 228, one pair to our right. See if that's enough to hold on to the lead. Once again, just a pin ahead of Taylor Davis. We can take a look at live scoring. See how Taylor's looking this game. She's on lanes 29 and 30. Taylor 237, so So it looks like might have a new leader for after 5. Taylor Baltice connected for the first strike in the 10th. She's got a max of 257. Again, has been near the top of the standings all day, was the overall leader heading into competition today. It's been a bit of a roller coaster as well, and that's we'll talk about it all week. It's amazing how quickly people can jump around in the standings, and that's essentially the essentially what makes this event so great. Being able to have those ups and downs and looking for the players who are just consistently good across the board. Taylor. She's, we talked a little bit about her, I believe, yesterday. She's been close to making Team USA program and has yet to do that. She's a player, if you follow her on social media. She's definitely been looking forward to this event and been working to get better for this event. Work definitely showing here in the first 3 days, and a chance to jump up to plus 130 and change here with one more strike. She does get it, 257. Gets her to 136 over for the day. Caitlin gets the 10 to tumble. Jessica Hallis going to be in the 200s here. Lexi Kyle, 170s. Both have their spares to pick up. Adele and Allie. Opportunity for some big games here.
Came back right just in time.
That's right.
See the fireworks. Caroline. Nice shot.
For someone who shakes their head every time Sweet Caroline plays.
That wasn't the Caroline song I was thinking of, actually.
I only know one Sweet Caroline, so that's where my head went immediately. But that's all right.
I'll put you up on game after this block.
I like it. Carolina player got to see a few years ago at Junior Gold, the U15 division. Made a nice run through match play. I think it was in Cleveland in 17. And another one of those players where just fun to watch the progression of their skill level as Adele and Allie each add a strike to kick off their 10th frames. Allie's going to be in the 230s, so she will be better than plus 80 after this game. Nice 237 from Leyendecker. It's a nice cover to our right on 47. Olivia Komorowski. Adele 269, so she was at plus 68. She doubles it. Be 137 over if my math is correct.
Best 8.
Deanna.
Oh, carrying them like the core challenge.
You get to 214. Nice to see her still out here at a few events. I believe she bowled a PWBA stop or two along the way.
Mm-hmm. She stuck with it. She said when she was selected to participate that her goal was to use that experience certainly to assist her and then being able to compete in events like this. She has done that.
Jessica 204, Allie 237, Deanna 203, Lexi 174, and Adele big 269. So lead the way at 45 and 46. Getting ready to start the 9th frame on 43 and 44. That's the second time that 7th pin is. It's not agreed to fall down on 44 for Avery. Boy, she has a solid game, though.
She does. She does. Clearly, either no doubt she's put in some work. Never seen her before until this week, but you don't just get to that level without putting in some work. And a bright future. Not sure if you mentioned it already, so I apologize if you did, but I'm assuming you did.
Well, I don't know what you're going to say.
What do you think I'm going to say?
Arkansas State.
Yes.
Then yes, I said.
Yeah, I assume you did.
It was mentioned.
Which is good for us because we get an opportunity to kind of watch her grow as a competitor.
This is true. I expect to see the Red Wolves in a few weeks at the Prairie View A&M Classic at the TRC in Arlington, Texas. Kristen in the chat asking if Mabel Cummins has been on the featured pairs yet this week. I don't think we've had Mabel yet, have we?
I don't believe so.
Got Doug cheering for Caroline in the chat. O'Brien, that was a popular name this summer in the junior gold circuit. Annalise O'Brien. Claiming the U15 title. Caroline makes it 4 in a row. Got some names up on 45 and 46. Miranda Pattison, Madison McCall, Kayla Hicks, and McKenna Collier. You know, Miranda had a big following in the chat when we had her on a little bit earlier in the week. And we had some folks asking, where's Kayla Hicks at? We found her. She's also been hanging out near the top of the standings most of the week, so that's another good reason for wanting to see Kayla. Representing Maryland Eastern Shore. Good shot from Allison there. Clean up that 10 pin, get the 2-0 and change. We'll see it. That was Annalise O'Brien. Okay.
There you have it.
There we go. Well, welcome back. Great to have you joining us, Annalise. Maureen cheering for McKenna. Shout out from New Jersey. Shout out to everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV. We've had a lot of fun today. This is game 11 of 12 of the day for us behind the cameras. Great shot there from Avery. Seen a lot of great bowling.
That's a future All-American right there. She fell off that. Probably got a bit too fast on the feet, but because her release is so good, she's still able to keep it on line. 10 back.
Man, oh man, that's 7 pin. He's 6 in a row otherwise. Good question in the chat from Maureen. How does the stepladder work after the 5 days? And that's going to be a pretty simple format. U.S. Amateur Championship is eligible only for the amateur and youth players in the field. So when you look at the standings, you see someone with an AM or a Y next to their name, that means they are eligible for the U.S. Amateur. If they have the P designation, that means they are professional and therefore they're uneligible for that part. So essentially, when you look at the overall standings at the end of day number 5, the top 3 players who are not professionals will advance to the stepladder final. Then it will be 2 taking on 3, winner and taking on 1. The unique part that I like, it's downright diabolical, if you will, is that the higher seed in each match, so the 2 seed and the first step ladder, and then the top overall seed in the championship match gets to pick whichever of the 5 patterns they would like. So an opportunity to play offense, play defense. It's going to be fresh. They'll get a set amount of warm-up time before the start. And it's go time 1 game apiece. Higher score wins. Simple as that. Winner gets to be the U.S. Amateur Champion for 2019. And also earn a spot on Team USA. Brittany Kinney, Angelica Anthony, Cassidy Ray, and Lauren Pate. Getting ready to line up on 43 and 44 for game number... I'm going to change the number before I can say it. Game 6. There we go. So, Emil, we mentioned it a little bit earlier in the day. It's been all over social media. Nick Pate had himself a day. 8:05 his first 3 games on his way to leading the overall squad on the men's side. Nick's now sitting 3rd overall. His younger brother, Josh, had a nice day, moved up.
Sorry to cut you off here. I finally saw a great, cool conversion, and you did.
This is correct. I missed it. Replay.
This is 1-2-4. 10 from Kayla Hicks. A couple pins, fell into one another. Made some cool things happen.
Oh, all right. There it is. Saw the replay.
Okay.
But Nick's younger brother, Josh, had the front 9 one game. Made a nice move in the standings. He's up to 12th overall. But I ran across our good friend, Mr. Pate. He's going to make the walk down to watch Josh's attempt at 300. And he said, "How's the day going?" I said, "The only way my day would be going better was if I had the last name Pate, because they're all making moves out there." Nick having the big day, Josh having a big day. Now we come here, Lauren plus 92. With 1 game to go, so.
It's what they do.
Very, very true.
Just a couple of years ago, it was like Nick was kind of coming into his own collegiately. And then you see Lauren make strides at McKendree. And then Josh steps into a big role at Whitewater. They lost a lot of their seniors, Nick Crummell, for example.
Absolutely.
And all 3 doing their thing now. Of course, Nick kind of chasing the tour, PBA tour. Obviously wants to regain his spot on Team USA.
Doing a pretty good job of it through 3 days as well.
Lauren's a senior at McKendree. Trying to go out on a winning note, of course, as well. Some championships. And Josh Jr.?
Come on, you know this guy.
I know, but he redshirted.
Oh. I did not know that. There we go. So you do know it.
They are indeed the same age.
And I'm the
twins.
And I look like a clown here. All right, I'm used to that. Okay, continue.
So, and I could be wrong on the venture. Sean Walker would obviously know for sure, but I could be confusing that. I know he spent a year on like JV, for example. So, nonetheless, it's pretty cool to watch their maturation as a trio of siblings, which they are indeed, but each one with having their own moments as well, which is pretty cool.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, kind of looking back at the careers, Nick kind of found that success earlier in his career. I believe a sophomore as part of the Midland team that made the ITC finals in, what year was that? That was 2015. Then went on to be player of the year. 2017 win the intercollegiate singles championships. But I have to say, Josh was kind of, I think, just from what we saw, like I said, Nick kind of seems to become a superstar pretty quickly. Like, that was a name we knew quick. Josh has put in the work, for sure. It's been fun to see Josh continue to improve and kind of make that big jump. He was, not bowling as much kind of early in his career at Whitewater, and then all of a sudden last year, that kid bowled, did some work. All-American Josh Payton made the honorable mention team last year. So
Kenneth, despite that mishap in the fourth frame, playing an area of the lane where there's been some players out there, but a lot of the track. He certainly couldn't play there, definitely at the beginning of the day. But she's making it look pretty, not only good, but I won't say easy, but almost like, hey, why didn't anyone else do this a couple games ago?
Yeah, this squad, we definitely didn't see the big move left as much as we experienced during the men's block earlier today, also on 45 feet. But most of the players have made their way further into the track, inside the track, even further than that. Great shot there, Kayla Hicks. All right, we have some new standings heading to bowl.com. As we suspected, a new daily leader, Taylor Davis. Her last 3 games, 279, 277, and 237. She's now at 11:59 after a 1:49 start today.
That's impressive. Excuse me.
Brianna Clemmer sits in second place, 11:51. Erin McCarthy and Adele Wanner. We saw Adele go 269 last game. They're both at 11:37. Josie Barnes and Taylor Boltice both at 11:36. Liz Culkin, 11:17 in 7th. Brianna Cote in 8th, 11:16. Sydney Brummett, 11:15. Wow. Scores are close. Jacqueline Evans rounds out the top 10, 11:08. Lauren Payton, our featured pair, at plus 92 in 15th place. McKenna at plus 50. She's in 30th. Kayla at plus 25. 41st. Total of 55 players, even or better. In the overall standings, Taylor Boltice regains the lead, 27 points after that big 257. Sydney Brummett with 37 points. Kelly Kulik, 41. Erin McCarthy, 47. Brianna Clemmer, 49. Josie Barnes, 51. Sierra Kanimoto, 52. Taylor Davis, 56. And then Liz Culkin and Brianna Cote with 62 points. Jordan Richard as well. That will round out the top 10. Assist goes to Chase in the chat. That is correct. 233 finish for Taylor. Wowza, that is awesome. That is a great gritty performance right there. 149. Shh, I got this. Shh. 45 feet. You don't scare me.
And she is, what year at Arkansas State?
It's good I just kept this page up. We've had to reference it so much today.
Sophomore?
She's a sophomore, yes. From Davison, Michigan.
mean, but that's what part of the event is about. We touched on it a little bit just in regards to what a selection committee member might be looking at. But again, obviously the scores, right? But that the resiliency and the hey, don't sweat the early 149. It could go either way at that point. Sometimes when you get off to a tough start like that. And so depending on where you are kind of mentally, you can pave the road. Obviously, Taylor got back on the strike train quickly. My guess also is if you shot 149, depending on obviously how it went down, but there's probably some things she learned in that 149 that said, okay, that may not work this week or today.
Not doing that anymore. Correct. However, Adele does have the opportunity to go around her. Can get to 269 this game. Dell bowling on 57 and 58. Had 269 last game as well. That would get her to better than plus 200. Taylor got to 192 over. I don't think anyone else is quite at that pace. It was within striking distance. See what I did there? Striking distance? Huh? Yeah?
You've been witty today.
Aaron McCarthy's going to conclude a strong day on the lanes as well. Coming in the 220s to wrap things up. Julia Bond, 256. Her final game to get to 89 over. Miranda makes it a double. Set her 10th frame. She can get to 212. Mabel Cummins is going to have a nice day. She can also shoot 269 this game. That'll get her to 148 over for the day. Adele did not strike her first shot of the 10th. Brings her max score to 248, so it looks like Taylor turned around the slow start and gonna walk away the day with 1 point. I think I go back and see how big of a change that was. Let's go back to game one. I got those standings around here somewhere. This is big time math stuff right here, Emil Williams Jr.
After game one?
After game one. Doing it. Going back into the vault. After game one, Taylor Davis was slated to receive 138 points of 152. Now, 1.
Doesn't really take much math.
It didn't upon reflection, no.
It was a fantastic idea and opportunity, though. I mean, you were dead on with what you were going for.
So it was 137 points.
That's a lot, though.
That is a lot. That was the big time math part of it. It's just the number. See, his ears are burning. I'm talking so much about his players. Just got a note from Justin Kostick. Taylor, the stop follow through, Davis. All right. So we'll have to wait until we see Taylor. I don't think we've caught her on live stream yet.
I don't believe so. Now I'm intrigued.
Kenna kicks off her 10th frame with a strike and still gets a 201. Kayla finishes it at 162. Miranda. All right, got one strike in the 10th. 212 still out there.
The 10 pin on that right lane for Lauren Pate. No, Kayla Hicks finished with 162, but it doesn't diminish the day she had. Bowled really well. I think she even bowled well this game. There's a couple of frames, and of course, a split in the 10th. Such a simple game. As Kayla got some great experience collegiately at Maryland Eastern Shore. Well, it's almost that time, man. Just a few months and it'll be postseason time collegiately.
Another exciting time of the year. Taylor Boltai is grabbing everyone's attention, even though she's like 6 pairs away. Looks like she collected her first double of game 6. I like it.
shot there from Angelica Anthony. Gonna go plus on the day. Huge double. And she liked it. Over on 39 and 40, Jasmine Mason. How about her week so far? Former Junior Team USA member, gold medalist, World Youth Championships. She gets 215. Lauren Pate, no problems on this left lane. And Jasmine just 10 backed him. She's going to go plus 89 on the day. That is Jasmine Mason speaking up.
Good question from Brett in the chat. Something sometimes we take for granted. When you say someone is 100 over, what exactly does that mean? 100 over what? Essentially, well, Linda kind of beat me to it. So 200 is basically considered par for bowling. So if someone shoots 220, they would be considered plus 20 for the game. If they shot 170, they would be minus 30. And essentially, it's a little bit quicker way, an easier way of kind of keeping track where people are sitting in the standings. Because sometimes you get into 8 and 9 game blocks, and you really don't want to. After someone shoots 256 after having 1850, saying, "Yeah, I just shot 2006." It's a little tougher to kind of put in perspective. I don't even know if that's right. I guess that'd be 2106. So it's just a quicker way of kind of keeping tally of where folks are. The bigger the plus, the better your day is going. If you're in the minus, well, depending on the scoring pace, sometimes it's really tough. That's not the worst thing in the world, but sometimes when they're a little higher scoring, just means it's not your day.
All right, Lauren Pate, 10th frame. Taking a little extra time here. Practice swing, deep breath on the approach. Left a couple of 10 pins last time, and the 9 pin goes. Made the move, made the adjustment.
Made for a proud Papa Pate back there.
Oh, you can hear him. Expert for Angelica.
Gives it the kick.
I might have to add that one to my
I liked it. It was
2019 repertoire. The kick.
It was subtle, but you knew it happened. Angelica's going to finish 216, finish the day at plus 13. .214. Get her to plus 106 for the day. Lauren Pate, former junior Team USA member and collegiate national champion. Kendra University. Emil is moving the camera. Scooch it more, guy. All right, that is Kayla Day. She is starting her 10th frame. Breaks up the 210. She can get to 179 still this game. Kelsey Abrahamson finished at 216. Ellie Ijams on lane 41. Leaves a tough 369.10. She can cover it and strike to get to 201. Kayla covers the spare. Once again, 179 her max score. Also have Brooklyn Bourdreau and Kara Stasel. Nice cover there by Allie. Kayla finishes with 178. Seven on the fill will be 198 for iJams. She'll finish the day at plus 3. Here's Kara up on 42, working on a strike. She can max out at 211. She's at plus 15 for the day. Great shot right there. Gonna stay plus for the day. Here's Brooklyn on 41. She'll be, there she is. Delivering a non-Brooklyn strike. She probably heard that one quite a few times over the...
Very nice shot.
Great shot.
Saw her yesterday towards the, I think the end of the block as well. And the future is really bright in our sport.
Get that 10 out. That's right, Kara. Second shot from Brooklyn. That's 10 back. Have to rename the Brooklyn if she keeps... throwing them that well. She can get to 217 with one more. There we go, all three in the 10th from Kara. 211. She'll finish the day at plus 26. Final shot of the day. 216 for Brooklyn. Just like that. We're going to have nothing else to show you. So with that, I guess we're going to say our goodbyes for today. So certainly appreciate everyone for spending some time with us on Bowl TV today. For the third round of women's qualifying at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. It's been fun. Saw the players attack the 45-foot pattern. Saw some big numbers, some high scores, a lot of excitement, some moving and shaking in the standings. You can get the full recap on Bowl.com later this evening. Matt Cannizzaro already working on a story. Got to talk to some folks. Get some thoughts. Be sure to check out the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram for some additional social media content. For the tournament staff, the tournament host, Gold Coast. Our friends at Brunswick, Kegel, and Logo Infusion. For Mr. Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, Brian Houghton. My main man, Emil Williams Jr., thank you for everything today. I know we need to get you some rest so you're ready for the rest of the week.
It was a little struggle today, but I appreciate you holding me up. Appreciate everyone viewing, of course, as well. And as you said, the scores and the ranking points starting to get a little close, especially up top, which is a good thing for us as we gonna bring you the rest of the week. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's actually earlier than probably anticipated, so rest is good.
Rest is good. Rest is great. We'll see you tomorrow. I have nothing else that rhymes with that. I thought I was going to say something cool. Nothing happened. But, yeah. Looking forward to tomorrow. Seeing round 4. Seeing those standings shape up even more. So, Emil, rest up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Indeed, sir. Great work.
Thank you. I'm Aaron Smith. We're all done here on Bowl TV. We'll see you tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas for the women's 4th round. That's it for tonight. Good night, and thank you, everyone, for watching this Bowl TV production.